The two of you are in the wrong hangout. The two of you are in the wrong hangout. This one went off air. I'll link the new ones over there.
Hello?
Hello, Desert. Um, my video not working somehow. That's actually a sign of a technical problem when it happens. I don't know what people think they're doing using a video conference, not the video conference, but um, yeah, I'm generally concerned when um, the stream is not functioning.
It's working now. Hey, what's up, Ludic?
Not much.
Yeah, same here.
Don't go yet. Okay. I don't think my video is registering in the live stream. Oh, wait. Registering in the live stream.
Yeah, I see it in the live stream.
I couldn't make that out.
Yeah, I see it working in the live stream just fine.
Okay. Well, it's a happy surprise. Give a fuck about a TV show. I'm sorry. I mean, Maybe I am. So there's Good. Welcome, Brenda.
You look rough.
It's
I'm sorry to hear that.
uh,
What's up?
rougher. Circumstances turn for the worse. Fortunately, they've mostly patched me up. They're telling me that either tomorrow or the day after. So,
So I changed my my logo GIF.
somebody riding a train.
It's from Spirited Away. Did you ever see that anime? It's pretty famous.
I think I have actually.
You have or have not?
I think I have.
It's very good. I really liked it. I hope you get better.
Well, I guess probably haven't actually addressed the underlying minor illness that actually caused this. Answer you about that. I don't know why you can't read. Okay. But yeah. Um, anyway, odds are with the reaction from type 1 to what, I'm more likely get, but it's still a little bit disturbing that they don't actually touch the thing underneath it, or whatever.
I have no idea what you're talking about. It seems like personal stuff that I'm not privy to. So,
Not medical.
but I've been where you are.
Um,
I have. I've been there. You know that. Or you should know that.
I don't know. It's a little bit of a different place when medicine's without spoil. Greater that is. But yeah, I don't know how much effort I can to to I guess see few places you can actually sit for any time with a laptop plugged in and by and actually make any kind of noise while you're at it. So somebody was trying to sell me on like as good as having actual internet connection or whatever, and like a little bit of data on my phone. And, you know, they like an unfalsifiable thing. It's basically any kind of the failure to make it as good as that would be falsely to my lack of creativity or skill or ingenuity or whatever.
I really don't know a great deal of what you're talking about because I quite honestly don't know you very well, Nadia. I really don't.
Okay.
I only know from the hangouts that I've been in for only actually a short time, and you don't talk about personal issues in those hangouts. So a lot of this is going over my head. But that's okay. It doesn't matter.
Well, I hope things are more stable on your end. So.
Well, there's plenty of personal issues that I have that I don't reveal to people. And um, you know me a little bit, I think, right? I'm 59. Um, I live in subsidized housing. It's a single room with, and the kitchen is 5 feet away from me. My bedroom is 10 feet in the other direction. Um, and I get assistance, and I have certain health issues with mobility, and I see my social worker, try to see her once a week. She has an office in the community room. I talk to a counselor who comes in once every couple weeks. I talk to him. I talk to my mom on the phone typically once a week. I have 2 children from a previous marriage I will never see again. I was estranged from my family when I was on the streets, and by talking with my therapist, I was able to get reconciled somewhat with my family. But my father passed away about, I don't know if it's 3 or 4 years ago now. And I have a strained relationship with my brothers and my sister. Things like that. I don't have the professional skills that you have. I've never had. I just worked for a living and did labor work at the Mayo Clinic in Minnesota. It was basically filing x-rays. It was nothing technical. I'm envious of your skills and your profession. Oh, I am. I'm envious. This is the way it is. I am.
And
I
no
am.
longer my profession now. I mean,
Hush. That's an order.
I'll never use my skills again.
Hush. Hush. And the therapy that I've had has been cognitive behavioral therapy, which I think is excellent, and has been adjusted over the years. I think about 99% of the world needs a little cognitive behavioral therapy. It basically teaches you a number of skills that I find useful in these hangouts even. I have. So I've been out since 1993. I changed my name and came out in 1993. Been living ever since. And it's not been fun. But it is what it is. So I pass my time watching podcasts of things that interest me. And in the past few months, been debating on these YouTube live Google Plus thingies and meeting basically bigots, racists, and lunatics. Seems to be the majority of the population.
Yeah, actually.
That's yeah. That's a large number of them.
Well, I mean,
Humor helps.
I don't think joking, therapy, you know, for a psychiatric drug is gonna turn a bad situation good.
That's not the goal. The goal is to help. The goal is to help you cope with it, because you can't change society. Well, actually, we have. To be honest, I don't know how old you are. I was out in the 90s, and in the 90s, people got killed for being gay and open and out about it. I remember those times, and people gradually came out to a lot of people. And then there was the HIV epidemic. People came out about that too. And there was a lot of insanity about that. Um, but no, I do remember it was taking a risk, even in liberal Minnesota, to be out in public, even as a gay person, much less someone who is trans. When I was first seen going to the clinic, Minnesota had one of the few gender clinics, the University of Minnesota program in human sexuality. I was told by the people there to be careful because it was illegal to cross-dress in the city in which they had their clinic. And I could be arrested for cross-dressing. And there were sometimes policemen who did that simply because they wanted to and they could. And that has all changed. General acceptance has changed. I see a lot of acceptance in different forums socially. Attitudes have changed a great deal. They really have. You talk about the negativity and the stupidity of our age. It has actually also come a long way in other ways. It's not as bad as it used to be.
I think the only people that made any room for passable puberty blocked new college grads with perfectly clean records.
Well, to be fair, that's in a sense kind of true for straight and gay people. The larger society has sort of elevated expectations of women, has elevated expectations of African Americans. It expects men to be fit and cut and athletic, and expects women to be thin and beautiful. It has unreasonable expectations on a lot of people. Right?
I don't know. It's it's I don't think there's an analog of like chicaning somebody because there's how well who knows what about the bathroom, and then
I don't pass
replacing them with a fresh well, then replacing them with a perfectly passable a new college grad to be the token tranny because they'll fit the criterion so they can claim there isn't discrimination going on. And, freak people out in the bathroom.
No, I don't know. There's only so much you can do. I had problems at work. There was a
Get a
lot
job.
of. I don't know if that's true. Maybe just where you are, it would seem to me that attitudes have changed quite a bit lately, so that there's more acceptance, particularly in the computing industry. In fact,
The computing industry, because I heard from people who were doing it were transitioning in the 80s that
yeah, and there's
are accepted.
the woman who administrates the computer system for the company that runs this this building is trans, and she's very good. I don't know. You need to come to Minnesota, maybe. To the glorious People's Republic of Minnesota. Oh, come on, that was
I'm in
funny.
New York.
Yeah? I don't know anything about New York. I've only seen pictures, so it might not even exist. You know, pictures can be fake.
Uh, New York's like pretty uh, People's Republic.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
And it's
I've
like
heard. So I've
it's
heard.
the only that has actual government-funded homeless shelters.
Oh, I didn't know that. They are working pretty hard here in Minnesota. We've got a pretty progressive governor, Mark Dayton. He really is pretty progressive, and he's managed to do, I think, a pretty good job considering the opposition that he gets from the wing nuts around here. They're mostly outstate, though. So I don't know. I don't know how he's going to do. I don't think he's going to continue, and I don't know what's going to happen to the DFL party here after that. I don't have a sense of what's going on there.
Well,
I
I,
think
I have a sense that I myself am not going to be around long enough to actually see.
nonsense, nonsense. Um, I don't know. It's interesting. I kind of want to stay around to see how things work out. It could be interesting. It could be. Might be worth it. The other
I,
option is a dome at the bottom of the ocean. That was a thought I had, but I lack the resources to do that.
I've been homeless enough years already. I've been beaten enough times already. I've been raped enough times already. The agony of death of ketoacidosis enough times already. Well, this time, I guess, was only some kind of technical thing that showed up in blood work. But anyway, I, I yeah, I have all that going on. You know, you know, the side of my own face, sound of my own voice will bring you tears, and you know, what's in my freaking crotch almost drives me into a frenzy. Or it's there.
Uh-huh.
I mean, yeah, I got that to live with on top of everything else.
Yeah.
Not 1 minute more. I've had enough. Me out of the country, but people that were going to help that along have moved along themselves.
I have no idea. I am rarely kept informed in the local gossip of whatever community I'm in. I
I
don't
don't think gossip.
consider. Well, that's how I would know what you were talking about. So I don't know because I don't I'm not included in that stuff.
Well, it's yeah. I don't have any, do behind people's backs, whatever. I mean, I just
Oh, there's certain people doing that about you.
oh well, yeah. I figured that one out.
Yeah. They're not very admirable people.
Well, it's I don't care. I'd rather just have like it, I guess an online visit Nadia in the hospital session and how it would otherwise be.
I don't know what you mean.
Instead of having like an actual debate type thing.
I checked in because I care about you.
Thank you. Yeah.
I
But
do. I do.
the time. Well, yeah. I believe
Yeah.
running
There's a
this.
lot of people, lot of people in the trans community I've met through the years. Quite a few. I have a lot of experience in that. A lot of experience in various situations and individuals and difficulties. I could tell stories. Some people are pretty amazing. Personally, I look up to a lot of people. You're one of the people I kind of look up to a little bit. Again, because I said you have some professional expertise that I don't have, and I wish I had. There have been others too. There was a trans woman I knew many years ago who was very passable, quite young, and extremely gifted in medical imaging. She was going into the field of, which at that time was quite new, of 3D medical imaging. And I would imagine she got in on the ground floor on that and was rather successful. But that was one of the ones, I don't know if you've met them. There's some trans women you meet, and then they kind of want to not have anything to do with the trans community anymore because they pass well, and then they decide that they need to leave that behind them. But not everybody is that way. Do you know who Leslie Feinberg is?
I actually recognize the name from.
Yeah, she wrote a book called Trans Warriors many years ago. She came to our area. She spoke at the Amazon bookstore. That was interesting. It was at a time when it was difficult to be out. It was in the 90s, I think, early 90s. The Amazon bookstore was a GLBT, mostly lesbian bookstore, and Amazon.com stole their domain name from them, had it taken away from them by force. The Amazon bookstore was had this is the early days of the internet and the World Wide Web. They had their domain as Amazon.com, and the to be Amazon.com that we know basically took their domain away from them. They got the IPCC to take it away. That was somewhat interest. That was just political power in those days. That was sort of interesting.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
Leslie, go ahead.
I don't think I had a complete understanding and play it all amounted to until the mid-90s. Surgeries were out there, and then those things would, but I still clicked till probably 95, 96.
Yeah. Yeah, I changed my mind, my legal name in 93. Went through a rather difficult phase with my ex, because in my ex's mind, I was just a gay man, and in her mind, that meant that gay equals pedophile. So she had my children taken away. I could not see them anymore. And that was difficult.
Yeah, that's. I think that was pretty much. That was pretty extensive as far as legal practice, I think.
I don't know.
Yeah. Let me think. Still don't think that. What is it? Like child custody, equity, or whatever it is protected by much of anything in most states.
I don't know the legal. I don't know if it would fly in my state anymore. I mean, I had I had therapists who I had to teach everything they knew about transgender issues, because in the town I was in, they had no idea and didn't understand it at all. You know, and it's been better since, it's gotten better since then.
Hmm. I think I'm using a different measure of what better means.
I don't know. Maybe from horrible to difficult. Uh, I don't know.
Well,
Things get
I think
incrementally
still a
better.
lot to do.
I think things get incrementally better over very slowly over time, there's no guarantee that it will get necessarily better. I think that the people work to make things better. You know, I had pretty good experience with in the 90s watching how a community that was uh, dis- actively disliked and discriminated against was able to get better, um, was able to, I don't know, what's the word I'm looking for? Better acceptance in the general society over a period of time. Things that, like, um, things that don't seem significant now were big deals back then. They were, people built off of the small steps that they took. Um, Whether it was um, certain talk show host comedians who, what's her name that has the lesbian who has the talk show? Her name escapes me now.
Ellen
She's a famous
DeGeneres.
comedian. Ellen DeGeneres. She's considered a normal part of society. Back then, it was not. She was not. It was radical that she came out. It was radical that she talked about issues on her show. There were people who just said absolutely horrible things about her back then. She had a coming out episode on her talk show that, at least in the people I was around, they had a huge party. I went to this gay couple's house and they threw a great big party and watched the episode, and everybody watched the episode where Ellen DeGeneres came out. And it was a big fucking deal at the time. And today it's not seen as, and she's not seen as anything special or unique. So that's the way things go. Don't know what else to say about it, right?
Yeah,
The
we
joke
got a
of
troll invasion.
possibly.
Go ahead.
I have no idea. I don't know who is and who isn't anymore. Um, the joke about the toasters and stuff was a big deal it was pretty funny at the time. You don't remember that? That whenever somebody comes out of the
I have
gay community, you get a toaster oven.
not been
Oh, okay.
uh, privileged with stable housing enough to house large items like televisions or superfluous services like
Okay.
cable television, whatever it is, ever
I
in
don't
my.
I don't have cable now. I can't afford cable myself. I just decided to to subscribe to have internet service. It was one or the other pretty much for me, so I chose internet service because I can get to see the things that I need to see that way just fine.
Oh, it's a manner of speaking from before this thing, but um, yeah, yeah, about any TV shows since like 1985.
Oh, okay.
And I remember Mork and Mindy.
Huh?
Wonder Woman.
That's a long time ago. That's a long time ago.
Yeah, it was Black Woman. People went for Linda Carter, Wonder Woman every time.
Maud was considered somewhat out there at her time because she was a loud and aggressive woman in a way that
Sure.
sort of ran counter to the current to the attitudes about what a woman should be like at that time. She was loud and brash, very aggressive.
Well, I liked is it better in that than
From the Golden Girls? From the Golden Girls? Was that
Better
it?
in Maud than Golden Girls, yeah.
I barely remember Maud. Can't really remember it very well. I remember
No, it's kind
definitely
of like
Golden
when my
Girls.
TV. Yeah.
I enjoyed it at that time. I don't think it really um, translates too well to today. It's okay, you know. These days, it's quite different scene. You know, we got shows like Transparent. You haven't heard of that? That's an entire show about
I'm guessing.
about a man. Yeah, yeah. She comes out. She's in her 60s when she comes out, or something like that, and it follows her story. I haven't seen a great deal of it. I like other shows instead. I can't watch everything. Well, I can get to them on the internet. It's just fine. I don't need cable.
I don't like sitting and watching things. So
I don't mind. It's entertainment. Excuse. I'm sorry. I interrupted. What did you say?
and books in other languages to try to in languages and
Oh,
I pick up some of the actual content of the book.
what languages?
I've been reading things in French and German, and you started up.
I took a little bit of French in high school, and that's about it for me.
Yeah.
Maybe you can. You know what would actually be a good source, Nadia, would be if you could find a streaming live TV station from a foreign like French or German. That's often a very good way to pick up a language because you get kind of the natural context and the natural way that people speak that way. So pick, you know, like a newscast in French or German or whatever. That's sort of an immersive type of technique that would probably actually work fairly well.
Well, there are also conversation groups.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't
in
know
there.
that. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course there is.
Yeah.
Of course, I should have known that. Of course there is.
I can't do the online ones anymore, really. But,
You use
see
some of
if
your
I can show
Google
up the ones in person.
use some of your Google chops to find them. I'm sure you could.
Well, I'll have to, you know, location where
No, that's
access
yeah,
is
that's
available
true.
to. that.
Well, you can download podcasts on your device, can't you? There are foreign language podcasts that purport to teach the language. You could do that too.
I don't know what the news channels are. I mean, just watch their news. But, I mean, it's not the really like the passive consumption kind of thing that's doesn't sit well in the conversation groups. Find them. They got the online so on to.
Oh, okay.
I managed to get to those. Working on
You
some
should get rid of that one.
goals.
Get rid of him.
Looks like unsavory character.
Yes. Probably all of 12 years old too.
They really ought to have like a driver license or whatever it is for the net and
I don't know how you do
how
that.
that goes on. Yeah.
Don't know how you do it.
Make anonymity not a thing.
That would require a great deal of more control than I'm not sure I would want to place in the hands of governments.
Uh, and keep watching what goes on with anonymity and trolls and spamming kitty porn and it's bad. Like uh, the fitness stuff. A lot of doing to work around. The this counts as two major orthopedic injuries. Uh, both rotator cuffs, my right knee. That's like been down 3 different ways. Take machines to work around the jogging or doing some kind of fancy at-home yoga move or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. People say, you don't need a gym. You can just do it all at home. Version that, hits at the same time that you cannot actually stress that way. Or you too can do it at home. But I think I've been making a little bit of progress because since connection got cut off, whatever, you know, put things a little bit toward, I guess, unlimited pass for a month, whatever, and pretty much been since.
Oh, that's good.
The membership for the gym is trivial. And there is another thing entirely. It's like, the freaking MTA fare is murdering me.
Yeah. I don't know. In my area, all I have is I have a bus network. I take the bus to places that I need to go to.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh well, if it's on the island, yeah, it's all by bus. I actually get to take a boat as part of the system. Across Manhattan.
Really?
Yeah, the Staten Island ferry goes right past the Statue of Liberty.
There you go. Freedom.
Yeah. Statue of Liberty just sails right past. I did some hangouts floating from the ferry or whatever it is before my so. Strictly speaking, it ended in 85 or 88, depending on how you count it.
I see.
Yeah, I mean, I was radically disfigured with a man's face and a man's voice, and I guess in 85, I would be able to. So, nicely.
We got some rain here, and it has been cooler. Past few years have been fall seasons has been, to be honest with you, unusual. They've been warmer than they ought to be, in my opinion. Being where I am in Minnesota, growing up, I was
Right,
used
right.
to it. I think there's an actual change in how the seasons are, and it used to be colder sooner than it is now, and the winters used to be colder than they are now. I don't recall. I can recall growing up winters which were very, very cold. And I don't really recall in the past few years that they've been anywhere near that. I think that I think there's been a definite change in our seasons.
I'm just glad, like, for this, uh, cycle or whatever it is. The bearable heat of the summer is actually starting to relief from it.
Well, part of that is simply from the great expanse of urban environment that you have around you. A lot of concrete, right? I mean, doesn't that? I mean, I guess I don't know, but my understanding is that large metropolitan cities are warmer because there isn't a lot of vegetation because vegetation has a naturally sort of cooling effect. They're a little bit cooler. You have all those roofs and all that concrete and asphalt, and it makes things hotter. At least that's my understanding. I
Yeah.
could be wrong. Could be wrong.
Urban heat island, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Parking lots.
Parking lots. Yeah.
Yeah, parking lots. Acres and
Oh.
acres of parking lots.
Probably a sin of a different city from New York.
Could be. Could be.
Parking lots are get down or somehow.
Like in, did you ever see the movie Minority Report? Oh,
No.
okay. They had an underground. It was a vision, particular vision of the future. No, not Minority. Was it Minority Report? Yeah, it was. Oh wow. Yes, well that would make sense. That would be efficient to stack them up into like a automated carousel of some kind. That would make a certain amount of sense.
I just think that they use like ground floors of or they'll have like a ascent to whichever floors of some building or whatever, or a quarter of the floor space for until they reach some level, solid levels that way, and then to top that or something else. I don't know exactly what they do, but
Well, we need to switch to either electric or fuel cell anyway. We need to get away from that internal combustion engine as it is. Hopefully that will not take too long to do. And definitely electric vehicles are the way to go. I think you just can't burn fossil fuels anymore. We really shouldn't be.
well, I mean, like a particular proposal, but the trick was the parking lots are all somewhere on building. You don't get like blacktop
Uh-huh.
silliness, the shopping malls, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Except out in like outer Queens or probably Staten Island.
Okay. I have no idea.
I think there's a mall out in Queens. It's like way out in Queens. It does have some open blacktop. I have not been to Staten Island Mall. Yeah. Actually, kind of a different style of things. Each borough has its own kind of different style. It's like something like the size of Belgium or something. I think New York City is the size of Belgium.
Could be. I've never been out there. I went to Washington once, many years ago. My uncle used to work for Argonne National Labs. He was a manager, and I went to visit him, and he got a job in Washington D.C. with Argonne. I don't know if he still lives there or not. Most likely not. Don't know much about what's happened to them. He used to work. He used to work at Argonne National Labs in Chicago, which is pretty famous actually. Argonne, and they had some pretty famous white deer on their lawns, on their that they kept a small herd of white deer. I don't remember what the significance was. This is my uncle, and he's a microbiologist, and did reports on the microbiology for. Actually, I don't know what he did it for. I just know that's what he did. I remember when he was in going to school in Oklahoma. He showed me this fancy equipment, which was a great big machine about the size of a dishwasher. And he was excited about it because he could take the leaves of plants and put it through there, and it could calculate the surface area of the leaves, which was a big deal for that day because, well, as a biologist, you want to calculate surface area because that's going to relate to photosynthesis. It's going to be, but that was, and he had on his desk a large cardboard flat filled with hundreds of punch cards, the IBM punch cards, which had his program in Fortran, and he would take this large flat of punch cards down to the computing center, hand it off to the people, and they would run his program somewhat later at some later time, and he would eventually get back the results in the printout. That was computing back then.
Oh yeah.
That was interesting.
Yeah, I had to think pretty carefully about first time.
Well, yeah, because then you'd have to resubmit all over again for the job. I mean, it was, Yeah.
Yeah, nowadays,
When I was in high school, we had a teletype 33, and you'd take the handset from a regular phone, put it into the modem, you know, with the two cups, and it would connect up to the local CDC 6600. And
oh, that's
basic did not
nice.
even exist. It was APL, Fortran, Snowball, and those are the only ones I can remember. You know, possibly COBOL. I'm not really sure. That was those were the pro. That was the and you get a 64-byte workspace allotted to you, or I mean 64 word. I would have. I'm not really. I don't really remember. There was the 64. It might have. I don't know how big the words were for the CDC. It was probably considerably different than what we're accustomed to today. But you could program it in Fortran, Snowball, APL, probably others that I don't remember. I don't know if they had Lisp.
I don't think they bothered with it commercially.
But Snowball was a Lisp processing language. Yeah,
Oh, string processing.
yeah, yeah. But Fortran would be the one that everyone would use for most things. It was, you know,
Right.
because of the floating point abilities and stuff.
Okay. Operand registers were address registers for. Okay.
Minnesota used to be kind of a center for that. We had control data, and I forget who it was that founded control data. He did he created some supercomputers back then, right? I forget what his name was. He invented,
Seymour
what was
Cray?
that? Yeah, Cray.
Seymour
Yeah,
Cray?
yeah. He was local. He was a bit eccentric. He would build a boat once a year and then have a party and he would burn it. So he would hand build a boat in his off time and then have a party with all his workers and stuff, and they'd have a boat burning party. There was, if I recall correctly, a famous trans woman who worked on the Cray and developed what was it, the Y processor, wasn't it?
No,
She developed
YMP?
YMP. She worked at least on some of the logic for that, and the early parallel processing that they, because that was what that was about, was early parallel processing, wasn't it, in the CPU? I believe.
MP?
I believe so. It delayed processing
Not
on
sure.
don't recall either. But she was actually famous. Well, I had heard about her, famous trans woman at that time. She worked on that. I have no idea about her beyond that.
High density VLSI. Let me see. Why?
I think many of today's.
Let me see if it's who I think it is. All right, I think I may have found something that's something about Conway and same document. I've never heard of Lynn Conway being involved with it though.
Oh, my memory is not the greatest. It puts together things, you know, in ways. I feel like I remember things, but it's just my memory putting things together in odd ways.
So the relevant part.
I think it could be
okay, the
Lynn
relevant
Conway.
parts might be there. She's at Michigan now.
Oh,
Yeah, well said. Okay. That doesn't seem to help. I think there are reasons why be effectively unsearchable. Okay, well, I can't get a definite answer out of that one.
yeah. It's hard to know for sure.
Yeah. Uh, things getting harder can have consequences upon the body that are irreparable. and they're about to get much, much harder for me. Um, I do, but that's how effective it is. I'm probably not going to be able to shout online. I don't know when.
Oh, that's okay.
As well as in part a medical monitoring service. As the roommate, I won't have roommates for very long.
Alexandre is here.
Oh, welcome, Alexandre.
Yes, she is. Welcome, welcome.
I don't know when.
Aloha.
That's okay.
How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. I'm slightly drunk. I came back from work. I had
As well as in part a medical monitoring service.
I guess I wanted to say I had the best day of my life.
This I won't have roommates for very long.
Your audio, your computer. I'm hearing the other audio.
Who's cutting, Nadia or me?
Alexandre is here.
Ah, I have to mute over there.
Oh. Um, which my reminders of how bad my voice is or to bear.
Actually, you're quite passable and very attractive, and I wish I looked as good as you do.
I see Nadia is sad.
Yes.
To me, Nadia is very passable, but I
Yes, she
know
is.
I know why trans people like us we're never satisfied with our
That's
bone
true.
structure or whatever. It depends of the day. Some days I feel myself very attractive. Some days I feel myself very ugly. I think
And
it's the same for all
why even get
humans.
sex reassignment surgery? Overall, well, flaw, you never be satisfied with your body anyway, so why get sex reassignment surgery?
Because it's the sexual organs.
Well, I mean, nobody's ever satisfied with a sexual organ. It's just, I mean, by the line of argument you're presenting, would invalidate the whole rationale for having sex reassignment surgery.
She wasn't really presenting an argument per se.
Well, the having however poorly named gender dysphoria is
You just relax. Just relax.
yeah. Sorry about that. But making things too serious that way. But
It's a drawing of mine.
I don't know.
Yes.
You draw a nice face, Brenda.
Nice.
I used to draw. I don't draw anymore.
That one, I set a cup of coffee on the top of it, and it blurred everything, and that sort of ruined it. Oh well, it's no big deal. Fat man. That's all I have scanned in.
It's a nice avatar.
From Spirited Away.
Yeah,
It's a gift somebody made of the train scene. I really like that anime, and I've been told by a number of people that the train scene in this particular film by Miyazaki is considered one of the greatest train scenes in cinematic history.
Spirited Away. I might just watch this movie before I go to bed soon.
Spirited Away. Yes, it's like all of it. It's I think it's one of his best. Other people think like Kiki's Delivery Service. That's very good. I like
Well,
all of his his movies. I like them because they have strong, independent women who solve problems. Um, well, it's very unusual. We don't have that very much, if at all, in Western cinema. Western cinema, it's all about bloated men with big muscles solving problems by smashing people into buildings. Yeah, that's the Western idea.
And,
Big
and
guns,
blowing up
big
the buildings
muscles,
too.
blowing up the buildings too. Big guns, big dicks, and big fights. And Miyazaki's are about young women coming of age, facing difficulty, and then surmounting that difficulty. And Spirited Away is about that. The young girl takes away some interesting life lessons from that. In most of Miyazaki's films, that's kind of what the progression is. Spirited Away is one of his better ones. There's others that are also extremely good, and there are other animes that where you can find positive messages for and treatment of film that is not that is different than we get from Hollywood. Basically, you know, you have to go elsewhere for good stuff. The studios just like what sells or what they think sells. And it isn't always the greatest stuff. Personally, we live in, I think, a violent, militaristic society in the United States that is toxic and worships death.
Patriarchal.
That too. That too.
Yep. Reading all about capitalist patriarchy today. Maria means patriarchy and accumulation. Let's see what the rest of the title was. In the International Division of Labor. So. Yep, it was far reading through it. I guess sure people stayed bored up long enough, but
What is your
get through.
Alexandri, what is your icon, your photo from?
It came from Emily Strange. It's
Yes. Now I recognize it.
I identify myself with gothic girls. I don't know why, because maybe I am gothic, and I am a girl.
Well, that would probably be it then, wouldn't it?
That
That would probably be the reason why.
no, I don't wish my name was Emily, but I really feel like a wicked girl.
You're not wicked.
Yeah, I know I'm not wicked. I'm normal. I feel normal.
Of course.
I'm not a freak, but people tell me I'm freak, but I really take it as a compliment because I like to be odd. I don't like to be like everyone else, but I know that everyone is special. Nobody is a clone, and nobody is the exact copy of another human.
Well, except for twins, aren't they?
But even twins, they don't telepathically communicate often, I guess.
That's true. They don't.
I really believe that somehow every human beings have their own souls. Or I cannot describe what soul is, but I would say an essence, a programmation, or I guess since we're in a material world, we could be like computers or machines, but I feel like a biological machine. I feel my animal side. I feel my craving for sexuality, even though I not like a whore or anything.
I know. Yeah. Hush.
I'll just calm down a bit because I don't want to say. I will come back on camera in a few minutes.
Oh, it doesn't matter. I know why.
Yeah, the
I
lighting.
know why.
I guess everyone is like a medium. Everyone can guess what others people are feeling, or especially when they are communicating with us. I mean, I can feel the information by image or sound. I can feel the tone of the voice. I can feel the I can read eyes. Really, I when I look at eyes, I recognize happy eyes that to sad eyes. And Nadia is just a friend. I used to have so many trans friends that are not trans to me anymore after they done their transition. But here in Montreal, part of our therapy is putting people together that have the same kinds of problems so we can discuss together what our problem is. And
Yeah, that's fairly normal.
it's like when you're a cocaine addict, you go to Narcotic Anonymous or something like that. If you are an alcoholic, you drink too much beer or rum or whiskey, you go to Alcoholic Anonymous. But here in Montreal, I had the chance to have met more than 60 people that are like me, and they became friends in my Facebook. And I don't communicate often with them, but still, I feel they are more like sisters or brothers to me than regular peoples, because what I have in common with them is having a sex change. Sometimes I wish I was not trans, but sometimes I'm very glad to be trans. I try
Why,
to,
why, why glad?
because whatever we are, we need to be proud of it.
That's true. I wish you could give some of that to Nadia.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Yeah, I encourage it. I encourage it.
But if Nadia comes to Montreal and I would give her the coordinates for my ergotherapy that I had, she would watch movies in group and makes artistic projects and chat about what's harsh in life and what's easy, and it would make things easier.
I don't know. Is Nadia much of an artist? Are you? Everybody can draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody.
But everybody needs to be
Yeah,
creative, and when we are creative, it's the most highest divine part of us. When we are painting, when we are writing a story, when we are playing a musical instrument, and even when we are cooking or sewing clothes, or I don't know. I just wish to say that there is two forces in the universe. There's creation and destruction. And basically that would say people would say that's right and wrong, and what is destructive is wrong, and what is creative is right. And but force of the universe, I guess, just polarize everything, and everything tends to be in equilibrium. I feel like a human being, and as a human being, I can say, as an internaut, I am just part of the cosmic brain. I'm.
Okay.
My cat is playing in the bat. I don't know why. My cat wants me to take care of it and of her, but it's like instead I come here over the internet and I try to make new friends. And
Your cat is jealous.
yeah, my cat is a little bit crazy,
Yeah, well, they all are.
but I hug my cat every day.
That's good.
I give her at least 5 minutes of attention, at least 5 to 20, 15 minutes of massage, and I talk to my cat, and I make sure my cat is clean, have no disease. It's a long hair cat. It's a long hair Persian cat, and
It's a
the
lot of.
hair has the tendency to make some kinds of knots or to stuck
Yes, I bet it
together.
does. I bet it does.
So I try to comb it once in a while to take all the chunks away or the crumbs. I don't know what is the name. When all
Tangles, tangles.
tangles, yeah, to untangle hair. But it's the same with my hair. Sometimes after a day of work, my hair is very tangled, and I just sometimes I go to bed without taking a shower, and I just shower in the morning, and then I come and untangle my hair in the morning. And I guess my favorite part of the day is when I feel clean and fresh and full when I had breakfast or a meal. And I think life in a day it's like a cycle. We go up and down roller coaster, but not only one roller coaster, but many roller coaster at once. Like in The Sims, they could be we could be hungry or not hungry, and clean or not clean, happy or not happy, and there's different things that varies, and we try to keep all of them in full. If you understand what I'm trying to say.
No, but that's okay.
Yeah, I mean,
It's like life is like managing. I don't know. As a dishwasher, I see. What's the new word I learned today?
See you later, Mute. Nice
Okay.
painting.
I mute that
Good.
bus though.
Goodbye. Mute that bozo. Thank you very much for painting live. You're awesome. I love your work. Peace and love.
Yeah. Well, I mean, much first for me is, you know,
Last time I wanted to make a
close
hangout.
to the man's dick, and I can't stand to be alive because of it.
I wanted to call my hangout "How to Be Good Daughters or Son of the Machine." I feel home. I feel home in the machine. I feel home at work. The restaurant where I work doesn't feel like a factory. Makes me feel like home. My colleagues are very friendly, and every colleague that I have knows that I am trans. Some of them I didn't have to tell them. My reputation preceded me, and they could guess. I think just looking at me, and they can understand everything about me. When I said to my colleague, I was sexually abused when I was kid, and I became a sadomasochist, and I cannot achieve orgasm without being raped. He told me, "Oh, that's too much information. You should be more private about your sexuality." But I'm extrovertive because I want to be like a master or a mistress. I want to teach people how to be masters or mistress, not slaves. I just want to give, not to give the good example, but to to show how much I am proud and that there's nothing wrong in what I'm doing. It's like I am not like a beast. I'm not like I don't want millions of deaths. I'm not egoistic or hedonist because I did this what I done. But everything is kind of polarized. Every point of view is have an origin, and it's difficult to be objective in life, objective about ourselves and about others. But I think some people might achieve objectivity of consciousness because they have studied it and they can understand it, and they really, it's like a code. It's like, I don't know. I obey codes, basic laws, just like Isaac Asimov's laws of robotics. I think my first law is to have an impeccable speech. To my speech is priceless. Is my gift. Is with my speech I could heal or hurt people, and I should never use my speech to say bad things about anyone, really, especially myself or my family, because if I do so, I will attract myself bad karma. So that's it. That's me. I'm kind of drunk. I'm sobering down.
Oh, okay.
I'm kind of stoned. I'm still sobering down. I just need water and fresh air for the moment.
That's fine. I can't.
I'm,
I can't drink where I
It's all
live.
right.
why is that? Because there's no alcohol? Or?
No, it's not permitted.
Ah, I cannot understand. Yeah, it's the building where you're in, or like in hospitals, or.
It's not a hospital, but it is subsidized housing, and the condition of the
Ah,
lease. The other reason is that there are people here who are recovering, and
mm-hmm.
it would be very bad. It would be very
Yeah, I understand. Like a bad
rude. It'd
example,
be
rude. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
rude.
it'd be rude to consume, in front of them and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't mean I can go out probably, but I don't really do that anymore. I was young once, and it doesn't have the allure for me that it used to. I don't mind having a good wine with a meal. But going out to drink just doesn't seem exciting to me. But no, I totally will have wine or some alcoholic drink with a meal. That's fine. That should be.
To me, drinking and smoking are just pleasures of life, and not that we don't really need them. I think when we get them, we're really lucky, or it's kind of almost like a luxury. It's like a superfluous pastry, or but it makes things like it gives more. I don't know how to say. It's part of omniscience and omnipotence. It's part of being more complete. As long as you're not an alcoholic or abusing the alcohol or weed or whatever, I just wanted to say that no pleasure should be seen as a sin, even masturbation or sexuality. But in our society,
This is America. This is America. Every pleasure is a sin here.
In the land of the free, I feel like I'm
Yeah,
an
not much.
American because I'm Canadian, but I don't feel like
You're not.
an American because I'm not in the U.S. and
You're French. You're French Canadian. You're not terribly American at all.
but my mother is Hawaiian, and I've been to Hawaii 3 times.
We don't really consider Hawaii part of America either. Certainly not of America. My brother lives in Hawaii. He has for several years. He lives on the north shore of the Big Island. In the middle of winter, when it's ice cold here in Minnesota, he sends me pictures from the beach, and I hate him for it. And then he'll show a picture of the food he's having, which will be a great big plate of freshly caught fish right from the ocean, and some other goodies. My brother used to do glass blowing. It was what he went to school for. He majored in glass blowing. Actually a very physical art, glass blowing is, and very much not typically something one person can do. It's mostly team oriented because you have to have, in order to do anything really serious in glass blowing, you have to have a team of people working together on the piece, because there's people that have to prepare. It's just very involved. It's just very involved. But it's fascinating. I've never done it myself, but it is fascinating what you can do with, it's just molten glass, but they can do pretty good, interesting things with it. The local art museum has a great big chandelier by David Chuli. You ever heard of him?
No.
He's a famous glass blower.
I had some lesson in glass working, but not glass blowing. And I've seen some video on glass blowing. I see that, yeah, it's very, you have to be very strong to have a good lungs to blow,
Google, go into
blow
Google and
strong and
Google that name right there, Chihuly, and look at the images.
Okay.
yeah, glass work is another kind of art to me because it's fragile. I used to remind myself we drink in bottles and a glass of wine with that has a foot and I used to see everything sometimes as tiny. Oh, yeah.
So he's actually very creative, and he's partially he's blind in one eye, and I think he used to be more of a painter before, and then he couldn't, or something like that. I mean, he has some vision issues, and he's got a great big team that he works with in order to realize his works. He's an amazing artist.
Then it impressed me a lot more because he works with only one eye.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think some people have gifts. Everyone should find their gifts and try to use their gifts for.
Well, I suppose.
I'm checking it out. Tower of Dude Museum. Let's see. Garden. Let's see what the Euro Botanical Garden one is. Garden.org. I'm looking. I, people have to have some kind of support system or something that persists through. I think because stream and you're never coming back. I mean, that's. I mean,
Yes, we do need that. We're social animals. We're not sharks. Right? We're not sharks. A lot of people today think that they're sharks. They think they're predators, and they're not.
No, lots of humans are not predators or hunters.
No.
Lots of humans are good humans, are like sheeps or dogs or cats or
Yeah.
cows or pigs or monkeys. But I guess many humans could have the comportment, the the acting of some animals, but a mix of many animals. I mean, as a human, because we have lungs and eyes and heart and brains, we are animals, but we
Of
are
course.
we are kind of the most synthetic animal, the most brain animal with a brain development. They used to say that dolphins or elephants could be more intelligent than us, and I don't know what to think about it, but I think animals are kind of very intelligent because they can survive in nature without a home, like
Oh yeah,
home.
many animals can do very good problem solving. They can figure things out. Even birds, even crows can figure things out. Certainly, many monkeys and many primates can. Cetaceans, like dolphins and others, I think are highly intelligent. I think
But
probably it's pro
dolphins, yeah,
it's probably immoral what we do to a lot of the higher functioning animals.
dolphins have language. They know their family well. They know if another dolphin is a cousin or something like that, or a grandfather, or they
There's
give
not
themselves names, I
Yeah,
think.
there's not a lot they can do though. They need opposable thumbs, and they don't have opposable thumbs, so it's hard for them to do very much.
They're just evolved fish. They can swim and they can help humans.
They're very smart. They're very smart, but uh, living in the ocean is actually kind of limiting in a way. It limits what you can do.
I thought the ocean covers most of the earth.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. 75%.
It's kind of odd that we hold the same kind of amount of water in our body, around 70%.
We carry the ocean with us because that's where we came from.
I never
No,
seen
it's
that.
no, it's
Yeah, yeah,
true.
it's very
No,
poetic. It's very beautiful what you
yeah.
said.
Our our inner environment is about the same salinity and pH as the ocean.
Yes, around 7 maybe. We could not live if we were too acid or too basic.
Yeah, because that's our origin. That's where we came from.
We think that the universe is fine-tuned, but maybe other parallel universe, maybe there is life in there.
Well, I think there's life somewhere in our universe. We have found a lot of planets recently. That was a big deal when I was in high school, which was many years ago. The idea of finding a planet outside of our solar system was a fantasy.
Yeah, the more time goes on, the more we find planet that looks alike our home, our planet Earth. The last one I heard of was Gliese 581c, and it was bigger than Earth, but had oceans and
How do you say that again? Sank what?
I'm gonna write it down.
You don't have to. I know the number. I just wanted to know how it's said in en français.
Say
Sank.
what? Gliese
Gliese sank.
581c. Yeah, that was the name of the planet. That's they give astronomer. There's
Yes.
even a website somewhere you can buy the name of a star. You can give your name to a star or a planet. But I don't know about if the cartography of the stars is available over the internet, or that would be something I would be very interested in. Astroarchaeology or not astrology, but uh, astronomy. Astronomy is
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
naming of.
There's a lot of websites for about astronomy.
Yeah, I have to check these out soon.
Is, are you looking for a particular type of website about astronomy?
No, I might be localized. I might just follow what the planetarium here in Montreal's kind of present. I kind of go watch all of their shows. They change their shows every 6 months. And the last time I was in the planetarium and looking at the stars, I had the feeling, oh, I'm not supposed to be there. I was actually on Mars for a few minutes. They were presenting us the Martian, and we would see the skies as if we were on Mars and or in the moon. And I think that somehow when you are witnessing the cosmos, it's kind of change your thinking patterns, or the way you see the world. I guess everyone should be like an astronaut and travel through space by watching movies about it. And
Well, with the virtual
yeah, virtual
reality,
reality is
yeah,
already available, and it's going to
that
be
will
more popular.
that will change how people see things quite a bit.
Yeah, I've seen my brother has the gadget. He puts his cell phone in, and then you can basically be in a picture. There's lots of pictures that are 360, even videos on
Yes, there are.
YouTube, and you can basically watch the position you want from when it's a moving camera that films every angle. And it's going to change everything. Technology, it's like we're going to mimic everything, every sense of the humans.
I'm
Even
sure.
someday soon we will have artificial smell and taste. And
I don't know how you do that.
I seen an exposition here in Montreal. It was called Expotech, and then once you enter a cabin, and within the cabin there was a gas projector, or like with frozen ice, or la glace sèche, dried ice that would make smokes, and the smoke would be flavored to smell like strawberries or lemon or things like mint or chocolate. And or cheese, or I don't know, remember which flavor, but it's hard to change the flavor fast. Yeah, you have to have a good kind of air conditioning that would take the smell away and put
That's
another
true.
smell one
That's
at a
true.
time. It's not like really being in a restaurant and eating something new. I'm about to eat insects soon. When I'm going to visit the insectarium, there's a kiosk that will give or sell insects that you could eat, and I'm not afraid of eating protein from insects. Really,
They're mostly just fat. That's what
uh,
they are. Because
but,
fat is a good way to store energy, and
but
they need energy for their
mm,
wings and stuff and everything. So they have a lot of fat inside of them, stored energy. That's
I
most,
didn't knew that. Insects are fat, have oils,
well,
or yeah,
they're oily, and
yeah.
a lot of their, well, they're fatty. I would imagine there's protein in there too, of course.
I wouldn't eat the flies. I hate flies.
No, that would not be a good idea. They're
I think
dirty.
flies
They're
are,
dirty.
yeah, yeah.
They're not good. That's not a good thing.
I wouldn't eat an insect that would be alive, or it's creepy to feel the leg
Yeah,
on the tongue, or
that's
I
enough of
would
that.
I would prefer to
I'm
eat my insects like
going to mute you here pretty soon. I'm just kidding. It's disgusting. Maybe in the future people will eat insects more. If they can get them to
Yeah.
taste like shrimp or something like that, then maybe. Shrimp are basically insects of the sea, aren't they?
Yeah,
Japanese
kind
and
of.
Chinese people eats lots of, especially Japanese. They have dried lots of things in bags that are maybe salted or sweetened with sugar. Or,
Yeah. So we were talking about Gliese 581. Eventually, we will, I think, discover a planet that will seem like it could hold life. I think it's unlikely we'll find a technological society. It seems really like the odds would be against it.
I think the chances are more in their favor. The aliens, if they obey laws, they will not contact us until we're ready for a contact. Until there's a numbers of humans that are really wishing for contact.
Well, if
Because
we find a planet that can hold life, it most likely won't even have intelligent life on it. It would probably just have, non intelligent life. I think intelligent life like on Earth is probably very, very rare. That's just my biased opinion. As far as I know, that's what it seems like to me. And if we do find a planet like that, it'd be very difficult to communicate with it because the distances are so vast. It would be very hard. I don't know how you would do it.
You have to wait twice the number of light years as the distance between you.
Yeah.
As many years as light years between you to get an answer back. Yeah.
Unless we can figure out how to do that warp drive thing. But even then, that seems really unlikely.
what I believe is that humans need to be in peaceful together and on one planet before we aliens give us technology that's would compromise our survival or their survival.
Well, eventually we're going to have to.
Because I believe that the most advanced civilization of the universe, they know how to travel through time and they know how to teleport and they can communicate telepathically without machine. Basically, maybe their brains are they are more aware. I believe that advanced civilization are really omniscience and omnipotence, and only us, the humans, we're not ready for this kind of stuff.
Well, those things seem really unlikely to me. It seems pretty. I don't think it seems very likely to me. That's all I can say. Doesn't seem like the odds are for that. It could be that we're the only intelligent life in our galaxy at this time.
Yeah, it
It
could.
could be that civilizations come and go rather quickly, and that we will go fairly soon, at least on the astronomical scale, and that others will pop up later on and wonder if they are the first or not.
But to me, the universe is 17 or 15 billion of years old, and there probably should be civilization that are really, really advanced. Like there's many types of civilization: type 0, type 1, type 2, type 3, type 4.
That's what they say, but we haven't seen them yet. There've been some people who have suggested that it just took a while, and that we are the first advanced civilization in our corner of the world.
I think it's pretentious to say that we're the most intelligent life in the universe, we the humans.
Not in the universe, but at least maybe we might. It might be that we are the first to come along.
Yeah.
It's a solution. It's one of the solutions to the problem of where they all are that people have decided. The other solution is not so good. The other solution is that there have been other civilizations, but they inevitably fail.
Could have happened right here on Earth. We could be
Yeah,
the fifth one. Could
yeah.
have four civilizations before us that have crashed.
We don't seem to be doing such a good job of figuring out how not to trigger global warming yet. So it's what they call the great filter. There might be such a thing called the great filter that prevents civilizations from becoming, from disseminating amongst the stars. And it could be something like global warming, that a lot of them simply don't figure out that burning carbon is not it limits you and eventually ends your civilization.
Yeah, I know that if you park your car in a garage and there's a way of suicide yourself if you take the gas from the exhaust. But basically, yeah, it's like technology is kind of killing the Earth slowly.
Well, the Earth will be fine. It will survive. If we were to go away,
It's like
what's unlikely to happen is it's unlikely for us to go away. But what is possible is that we'll simply no longer be a technological civilization, because we've pretty much pulled all of the iron and other natural resources out of the earth. And if our civilization were to collapse, any subsequent ones afterwards will not be able to find enough iron and other raw materials in which to build a civilization from. So they'll remain, Bronze Age or Iron Age, or maybe not even Iron Age, probably Bronze Age.
Yeah.
That will be as far as they go, and that will be the story of us. And
A
perhaps
geological cycle.
that's true. That's true.
Well, it takes 250 million years. So the amount of time left before, I guess, progressive brightening of the sun, the Earth, and hospitable to life is Actually, not that much longer than.
But it's 5 billion years before the sun goes through its red giant phase. But there will be no life on Earth long before it gets there. It'll be bright enough that it will boil off the oceans in about 1 billion years, which is a long time.
Right. In years, the amount of time it'll take to recycle the iron through the ocean, whatever, it would all rust and
Yeah, because
is a quarter of the way to those oceans boiling.
Yeah, because we've pretty much pulled a lot of iron ore and spread it kind of thinly across the surface of the Earth. It will eventually rust and return, but it won't be like it was before. And that's kind of what you need in order to build a spacefaring culture. I don't know. That's the pessimistic view. None of us are going to be around for that anyway.
Well, it's the window for everything anyway. I mean,
Nonsense.
all the quote-unquote advancements happening now are for puberty-blocked
Nonsense.
college
Hush.
grads earlier with perfectly clean records. Anybody over the age of something is basically unwanted if they don't pass and don't have a perfectly clean record.
You don't actually know that.
And the standard is clamping down and getting their expectations have been raised by the new generation of perfectly passable puberty blocked to perfectly clean records, right?
Welcome back, Alexandre.
Thank you. I am kind of lost.
Why are you lost? I think you're right there. I found you. There you are.
I mean, I lost the content of the egregore, the kind of ID what we're discussing. You know,
We were just bullshitting. It's not important.
silence is like a ground. When there is silence, I feel grounded.
What's that?
Silence is like a ground. When I hear silence, I feel grounded.
Well, we don't have to talk all the time. There's nobody to prove anything to. There's nobody to entertain. It's just 3 of us. That's all that's here.
Oh no, we're not alone. I see the fourth one. The fourth one is internet, the invisible, the undernet, or where there's echelon. Every single conversation on an electronic device is monitored, recorded, or whatever. But since I have nothing to hide, I don't care. Big Brother is watching us. I'm just saying, Big Brother is watching.
Big Brother doesn't give a shit about us.
I've already been disposed of as far as they're concerned.
So I found back the line of conversation. I was trying to debate civilizations. Yeah, kind of. Where do I ground myself? I believe in myself. I became kind of not a Borg, but I don't know what to say. I lost it again. I will find it back in a few seconds. It's a crisis for energy. We try to have clean energy, and some of the energy that humans produce are clean because of other unclean technology. Because of we're mining iron and lots of minerals and materials, we can create photoelectric cells. And photoelectric cells that we put on satellites that provides energy to our electronic circuit boards. All this is what I want to say. We cannot provide those cells for everyone on Earth. It's like we still need to. I guess the whole the whole planet still agrees on using oil and petrol, but I know from the legends from the Indians or Amerindians that from the legends they say that we should not be using all the oil that the reserves or those energy that sits in the ground, because if we use all those oils completely, it will attract a catastrophe. So that's
Yes.
what's
Yes,
the
we definitely need to go to solar energy, and there's plenty of it.
our
You know,
electrical like electric cars that doesn't pollute. And I can't I was kind of in a psychiatric yard when I was younger because of that, because I was I could not stop technology. I wanted to stop everything. I wanted to stop I wanted to criminalize pollution, but I cannot. It's like, or criminalize fire. How can we not use fire anymore? It's like we're still a civilization of fire. We're still a civilization of iron and acier inoxydable, and we're still a civilization of the silicon chip, and but it goes really slowly. The nanotechnology and all the genome study, the study of the genetics, it's all the results are kind of kept hidden from the public eye. It's like we they give us technology one drop at a time because of medicine. It's like, I'm glad to be alive today, but I only think that medicine wants us to to live as long as possible before we die, but because if I had not surgeries, I was I, I could have killed myself by suicide. I don't know. I want to change subject. I'm
yeah, we
kind
should
of,
change the subject from that. We don't need to talk about that.
it's like there's so much I want to say.
Every uh, everyone here has had experience with that.
Mm-hmm.
All three of us. All three of us. We don't need to go there right now. Right?
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. That's cool. So for me,
Well,
a lot of times what I like doing is looking at new things on the internet. Were you going to say something, Nadia? I thought you were going to say something.
oh, I was just saying, okay, I won't go there either.
But it's
Well,
something I
because
want
if
to go in the
you
future. In the future, I want to chat more about transsexuality and the esotericism or occultism about transsexuality. But let's just not go there for the moment. Yeah,
yes,
it's a
because
complicated subject, really
well,
complicated.
if you think I haven't been in extreme distress, think again. have, just like anybody has.
I don't even get to transition or be trans, and just some kind of castrated bag or something.
On that, I just want to say that every human being is awesome. Trans or not trans, male or not male, white or black, whatever race, whatever religion. We're all equals. I consider to be equal to every human.
If I had a magic wand, I could make everybody gray. That would solve the problem. Did you ever see there was a show based on a short story by Ursula K. Le Guin called The Lathe of Heaven? Have you ever heard of that?
I've heard of it and seen the PBS movie and everything.
I thought the movie was very good. I read the book. It's a novella, actually, I suppose. I liked Ursula K. Le Guin quite a lot because she was a sociologist, I think. And she put a lot of
Yeah.
Yes, very interesting, that one. The word for world is forest, was a sort of metaphor for the Vietnam War.
Yeah.
It's very interesting. I wish more of her stuff had been put into movies, but The Lathe of Heaven was where I got that from. One of the protagonist dreams that he has these abilities, so he dreams that everybody is gray. There's Skylar. We know who this guy is.
Not the Skylar.
Isn't it?
That's a different Skylar.
Oh.
Oh, who they are. But I'm very sure they're not who anybody we've met before.
Might be an alternate account of his. But it's yours. Okay.
Yeah, it's not anybody we know.
So I remember, yes, The Left Hand of Darkness. That was quite an interesting movie. I don't know that Hollywood is prepared to make a movie. I'm sorry, book. My fault. Yeah, wouldn't that be something though if they would make it? I wonder if they could even do it right.
I don't
Or
think
even
they could
just
do it right, but sure.
Yeah, even the society, if I remember correctly, the society was fairly different from ours. Just the political structure, regardless of their. Are you familiar with this? What we're talking about, Alexandre?
No, I write it down because I took some notes. Ursula, the Lathe of Heaven.
Ursula K. Le Guin. She was she had training in, I think, sociology or anthropology or something, and she wrote a number of books. And the left hand of darkness is a tale about a planet in which you want me to tell, in which should I leave it in the air, or I should probably not disclose?
Good.
It's better no spoiler.
Spoiler? Spoiler or no spoiler?
Yeah, go
Alex?
ahead. Go ahead and spoil it. Yeah.
I won't.
Yeah,
The humans in that on this planet had been developed they changed sex. They went through a period of they weren't like us where women are sexually available, most of the time. That's our reproductive strategy is that is a little bit different. human women don't go through the same kind of reproductive cycle that most mammals do. And in this species of humans, they were mostly androgynous, and then they would go through a period of time in which they would become either male or female for a period of time in order to mate.
Awesome.
And then they would revert after that period, unless of course the female became pregnant, she would deliver. But then they would, so their natural condition was to be androgynous, and a person could convert to female or male. It could go either way, and in fact, individuals who preferred to go just one way were considered perverse, I think, if I remember right. But she worked out what a society like that would be like. You know, what would it be like if humans were that way? And it was very different. You wouldn't have a patriarchal society because that just wouldn't happen.
It would be more gender neutral.
They were very androgynous, and the story, the book is very interesting because she's an excellent writer, and since she's passed away now, she was a sociologist. She was able to, write about the society in a very good way, as I recall.
I have perhaps terrifying to you, especially after your experience this year. That would be never going to guess which one by Tennis Lee. The Flat Earth.
I've seen that. There's some movies about it, and I think I remember reading about it. There's a movie. They made a movie about the flat Earth. No, Tales from the Flat. Oh, am I thinking of something else?
It was a series. Well, it's by Tennis Lee. Lee's daughter. You know, To Kill a Mockingbird, all that. She had a daughter.
Yeah.
Probably most famous for like the Silver Medal Oliver or whatever. I was like, Steely Dan? What? And so series, I guess series is Tales from the Flat Earth.
Oh, I guess I'm not familiar with that at all.
Oh. I think in Dustmaster they have well, somebody kind of like the Left Hand of Darkness scenario, except it's kind of sort of thing in like magical and where they kind of feel like it or something like that. And from there, who knows?
Well, of course, that's one of the things. A lot of these magic based fantasy worlds never seem to really put two and two together, because I think that if there was such a thing as magic and you could do things like that, quite a lot of people would.
That's where I want to say that reality is more than fiction. Then I used to like to read lots of books about science fiction when I was a kid, and to me, I don't know why, but my life become like almost like a science fiction movie. Only people will. I share. I sometimes I wish I could share my soul. If my entire soul could be digitalized and put in a computer, It's like I don't care. It's remind me of the movie from Jim Carrey, the actor that he didn't knew that all his life he was filmed and all his life was a movie and. But it made me think. The conversation made me think about lots of different things. What else did I thought? The flat Earth. Not the flat Earth.
Oh, but
Darkness.
given that there's like a flatter trend of things,
But why would
something
people
to
consider pervert if they change only one time? It's like in a society where you could change sex like many times, or it would it be very different. I can almost imagine the whole story, or but I have to check it out soon, and I think it's a novel that I will really like.
What novel is that?
The Left Hand of Darkness.
Oh, I think you would. Well, actually, I don't know you very well, so it would be. I want to believe you would.
I can predict I will like it. I like a lot of stuff, even bad stuff, or not bad stuff, but
Well,
still stuff that are vulgar sometimes. Like
you like romantic and imaginative stories, I would
I,
imagine,
I like
correct?
science fiction and fantasy. Yeah,
Yeah. You could also look up. It must be still on YouTube. It's called The Lathe of Heaven. It was a PBS.
yeah. I also write this down. The Late of Heaven.
It was by her.
Uh,
It has a really strong '70s vibe to it. So if you kind of like that fashion from that time, there's some interesting fashion in there that you might actually like. Well, I mean it's dated, but still, it's actually a romance. The Lathe of Heaven is. I would call that a romance novel.
check out if there is French translation. I'm not used to read more in English, but
That's I suppose. I don't know if there
I will
is.
try. I will try.
Well, there would be a French translation, of course, of the book, but I don't know if of the movie if there would be. But she's a good she's a good author, been around for a long time, so I would be very surprised if her work hadn't been translated.
well, there are Guinnesses with and so on. So alternative methods may be required to recordings of the such.
Oh, I don't know. I did a quick Google search. It came up as one of the first results. There also seems to be one of
Can
her.
actually
Yeah.
tip it.
Oh, DVDs? That I don't know. I meant on YouTube.
YouTube would be one of the alternative sources I meant. So, okay.
There also appears to be one that looks like an audio of her reading it, and an interview with Bill Moyers and her. It's a good. I like movies like that. Movies that make you think. movies that are simply not big-muscled males bashing things around. Not that I don't mind big-muscled males.
I'm kind of
Reminds
kind of
me.
myself. I mean,
And
dashing things around, not so much. I mean,
Well,
carrying me around in a litter, on the other hand.
it's kind of what they
I like.
do. It's what they do. You know,
uh,
they're useful for bashing things and for fixing things too. Men have their uses. They're not completely useless.
Carrying me around on a litter, handing me with palm fronds,
Yeah,
and
there we
rowing
go.
me down the River Nile. There we go.
Yes, very good.
men are not all like Sylvester Stallone or
No,
Arnold
I'm,
Schwarzenegger.
no, they're not. They're not. We're being silly, and they're not that way. There's actually some very, very good, honest, sweet men around. There really are. Where to find them, that might be another problem, but
Well, I have to go soon. I'm in 5 minutes.
Yeah, I have.
I will pet my cat, take my shower, eat something, take my earrings off, take my jewelry off.
Uh, I go. Before I got put into that situation, I was doing good down to uh, uh, good rate of decrease per bit of BMI decrease. I was have a lot of room to spare before the lower limits on BMI. Strictly speaking, what was it getting down to? Something like 0.74 WHR at a 100 centimeter hip. Would be like a 29 inch, obviously 74 centimeter waist, midsection, whatever. Boost the hip, the demand on the actual midsection is pulling up the hip, and I get the the ratio with the bigger midsection size. I've got to find ways to boost that hip, as high as I can, so I can
well,
not
I
have
think
to
you
bring the
should
midsection down
focus.
that low.
I think you should just focus on you.
I once was anorexic. I'm not anorexic anymore, but I don't measure the things that I eat, or I'm not trying to gain or lose weight. I just go with my everyday life. I try to eat as much as possible, but I don't I don't buy a lot of food. After my bills are paid, it's like I should almost like I don't know. I don't want to talk about my budget, but I don't allow myself 3 meals a day. I only eat 2 meals a day. I cannot afford 3 meals a day because I prioritize I give more priority on being clean, to clean my clothes, to be clean. But I'm a smoker. It's the only one thing I do that's unclean. But I don't know if I could live without money, like if I was not. Of course, I would buy a car and buy a home, but after that, if I would just like eat all the meals that I would want to eat, I know I would be a little bigger, and I wish to be a little bigger because when you're just a little chubby, I think it's beautiful. Instead of being tiny, instead of being maigre. In French, we say maigre. Like when we see the bones, it's like when I look myself in the mirror, I look at my chest, I see my thoracic cage. It's like I don't feel attractive, but I know that there's men's attracted to any kind of girls, but especially trans women. But I don't want to be fetishized. It's like I don't. I just want to find a man that will love me for the way I am, not without me having always disclosed my trans status.
That's possible. They're out there.
But after a period of time, I wish he would knew about it, but I don't want to discuss it much. All my colleagues at work knows. I told them I don't want to discuss about my trans identity. And everyone respect me. Everyone really sees me as a girl because of my pronoun, because they see on the schedule, oh, Alexandrie, oh, that's a girl name, and she's girl looking. She has long hair. She has her hair pierced. She's tattooed. She has a piercing on a labrette. She's gothic. She's blah 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 blah. The rest I don't care. It's like I'm happy. I'm really maybe I don't know how much I am happy and lucky to be.
Yeah.
To live the
I
way I
think
live.
I speak of or ever explain about what I do to reshape my body or plans of it or yeah.
Sometimes I'm
I
beginning
don't
to
know.
think that
Probably yeah. Should probably never speak of myself. Anything else? Explain myself. Why not go back to
you
health policy?
should not worry too much, Nadia, about your look. You should not worry about your look. I know you. I can feel what
Well,
you
I might
wish
as well just
for,
wash
but
my face with acid. Be like one of just rub some battery acid in.
maybe I'm still drunk. But I see Nadia as beautiful as the Mona Lisa. She's my kind of Mona Lisa.
I agree.
Right now, I
I
see
I,
all the
I think
beauty in her. Her,
I
her,
think
her nails are done, and
yeah, I agree. I think she is beautiful.
her hair is long, and
Yeah. Her face is feminine. Yep.
But I know why we worry too much.
Yes, we do.
I know why, but I had therapy against it. And I wish Nadia would have the same kind of therapy that she would, yeah, she
Oh,
doesn't need
yeah.
even
I don't need sex for this
she
surgery. I
doesn't
just,
need
get therapy.
surgery or hormones. She really needs her identity to be
I don't need.
recognized by the government. That's the all I wish for. That her ID card says she's a woman, and
Well, I
that
don't need. Well, I don't need an ID card. It's just a woman. I just need therapy to talk me out of it.
Therapy isn't to talk you out of it. Nobody wants to do that.
Well, therapy is to talk me out of doing anything to alter my body.
because
Right?
when I had my identity and my papers changed, that's when I almost had the orgasm. That's almost when I sacrifice having orgasm instead, because one in society will see me as a girl because of my ID cards. It's like it's anyways. The being I was before I had surgery doesn't exist anymore. It's like part of me is dead. I kill myself, but I am like a phoenix. I was like not a worm, but the now I am a butterfly. And I wish that Nadia someday, if she finds the money to afford her surgery, then and she has the surgery, but I, I wish that she will really be happy after that. I don't know. Face surgery, voice surgery, hip surgery, and vaginoplasty, and whatever, whatever. But the best therapy I would ever say is that people they that not they don't need surgery, that they need to be recognized. It's the recognition that's important. But I seen in the community lots majority of people see Nadia as a woman. She said she about her, and it's almost a kind of already a kind of respect, a mark of respect.
Nobody has any respect for me.
No, nobody. You think nobody
They all
respects
think
you?
I'm a lying, fraudulent piece of shit.
No, no. Only
I'm
hillbilly.
Ricky.
Only Christian hillbilly, or a few. There's a few. I
The
guess
hillbilly has more
people
respect for me than
people that
most
are not
atheists.
transphobic, they will see you as a woman, no matter what. It's like even trans people told me, I don't say it's a trans woman, it's a woman. It's like
Yeah.
why having
I
a
don't think I'm
kind
a
of
valid.
racist against ourselves? It's like
I think I'm a valid trans. They think my being trans is as fake as anything else. They think basically my not passing is my transsexualism isn't real. And um, and yeah, recognition. Okay, call me a man all day long, as long as one face staring back at me in the mirror. One voice comes out when I speak. You know,
that's what
I've
you
got
think, Nadia. You cannot know what
hey,
other
hello,
people
hello,
think
hello.
about you,
I'm
Nadia.
British. I do which was and parts of my crotch too.
I'm sorry, I'm
Yeah,
listening.
yeah, yeah. Those three things, you know, be shouting from the rooftops, I'm a man, all day long. Um,
I don't know. I'm not
mission.
in your
What do I
shoes,
need that
Nadia.
for?
I don't know if people point fingers at you in the street. I don't know.
Seems unlikely to
Well,
me
they
in New
do, but
York. Not in New York. Maybe
okay,
Staten
not
Island.
New York.
Not in New York. They don't
Mm,
give a crap in New York.
I always thought that it would be easier to
oh,
transition in bigger cities because lots of my others of my friends they came from smaller regions, but
People will say stuff, but you're too buried in the crowd to, they just single out.
now I feel
Um,
all the slight difference that I have between me and Nadia. All the books that I've read about myself or the subject were in French, and I was kind of I don't know. I will say it later on. I'm really tired. I have
yeah, it's probably.
a big day today. I worked 8 hours, and I still have to go do my other things. I said I wanted to stay 5 minutes, but anyways, I just want to show love and respect. You have all my love and all my respect, Nadia.
Yep.
Be the woman you want to be, Nadia, and don't care about what people think about you, Nadia.
I
Exactly.
can't do the surgeries myself.
No, that's a weird fantasy. I only also wished or thought I could have my surgery done by myself, but it's better to be done by professional. And
Yeah, it's better that way. Yes, unless you have a magic wand, better to do it. Have somebody else do it.
so out of word, I don't know what to say anymore. Just
Okay.
peace. Don't worry, Nadia.
All right. Have a good night.
I'm with you in spirit, Nadia. Have a good night, Nadia. I will dream about you, and
Yep.
in my dreams in the future, you will be a happy woman. That's all I want. We might still continue hanging debates on YouTube. I don't know. Whatever.
Okay.
Bye bye. Have fun
Bye bye.
and take care.
Yeah. I probably fall on the slightly less common, whatever it is, like more, whatever it is, just for you guys, the divide and of of others. It's got to be rarer than 1 in 5. 1 in 5, and I'm not buying it because how few I run into.
Oh, I had myself muted and I didn't. I had forgotten I muted myself. What is 1 in 5?
1 in 5 are supposed to be the sort of body, physical, opposed to socially dysphoric or whatever it is.
I don't know.
Um, an accurate figure. I can't really find a source for it.
I have no idea myself. You should probably get some sleep.
Well, it's pretty much the last night I'm going to see have sustained internet access for. It could be the rest of my life. uh,
Oh, I don't know.
so
Why is that? Okay.
so yeah, I'll try and make some use of sustained access, whatever. for hours more that I have them.
You'll probably get more.
Um, I it's not.
I don't know.
Uh,
I'm not in a position to know.
Well, I mean, since we're getting repetitively to the point of facial disfigurement and repetitively daily. Yeah, the answer wishful thinking. So I'm not exactly too friendly to wishful thinking. Just does not it does not sit well with me at all. Cockeyed because I'm inbred. They beat my face in.
I don't know what you mean.
Cockeyed is when one eye is higher than the other.
I don't notice anything.
Really? Look.
Huh?
No. Yeah, there you go. You can look.
Don't see much of a difference.
This eye is lower.
It's not very noticeable.
There's one. Some kind of congenital defect. Its face was beaten in, and the bones underneath this eye or whatever.
That's terrible.
Yeah, that's. Was it Drew was describing from I have a different kind of injury from Shri. From the sexual assaults and less susceptible to issues developing, or at least I guess if somebody's going to examine the area, it's visible there too. Fortunately, people look at my face and more than often than my ass.
That's generally the way things go, yes.
Well, I guess in principle, if there's some kind of, I don't know, affair with the lights on, somebody might notice me then, but anyway. There's, it's, um, still don't move right because the nerves got cut in my lips. At least until the teeth were knocked out. The primary teeth, fortunately. Secondary teeth didn't come in straight, so that cost a fortune that could have paid for something like facial feminization surgery before out to straighten out those secondary teeth that didn't grow in straight. How about that?
I'm listening.
So I will die with a man's face and a man's thing in my crotch. I mean, is just more time being like that. And I can't stand being like that, so. People want to call this some kind of beauty thing or having something to do with somebody else. No, there's please like this. In fact, seems to be objecting and making every excuse possible to con me out of even wanting to do it or something. Well, strictly speaking, I don't even want to do it in the first place. This the surgery I would go for to treatment plans. You can't restructure. Uh, you can't make the bad reaction to stop kind of therapy or drugs, whatever. And just for your voice. Gotten somebody out of it with therapy. Somebody out of it with drugs. Yeah, it's funny. It's like yeah. Oh well, I think it's such a mental issue. It's like, oh, so what if it is? I mean, address, I don't know, say Down syndrome issue with some kind of talk therapy, or some kind of drug. I mean, sure, there's some drugs might have to do some physical pop up here and there, but and it all comes back to like all approaches just like invalidate. It's like,
I'm not convinced.
how do you think it helps?
I said I'm not convinced that that's true.
Which part's true?
That all approaches invalidate you. I don't think that that's true.
A lot of them do. I've actually seen a couple of them.
Yeah.
I am relieved not to have something to scream bloody murder around this time. There's got to be some kind of like,
Some kind of what?
there's got to be like, with my, so like somebody else has my name that a felon or something. Hang on,
I don't know what you're talking about.
I already looked on LexisNexis. There's nobody else with my name. I'm like a blank slate. Now I'm posting there. That was about jobs.
I don't know. Why would somebody else have your name?
Had the same idea what to call themselves or their kid.
Well, Nadia is not an uncommon name.
They're arranged to be all common. Yeah. I'm actually the only one out there in the world.
Okay.
The hell they're seeing. I've already been through a cycle or two where I give like 0 references. You know, so it's not like a bad reference.
Zero references? I don't know what you mean.
I give them no points of contact to call.
Who is them?
I guess whoever's reviewing the applications at the jobs. Manager or HR or whatever.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they have. One of the former managers. I've already done, do not contact. Do not contact any of my former employers. It's given as a kind of option. I don't know if one of them is like listing my former employers and just say history, but I'm otherwise a blank slate or something. I mean, there's something really wrong going on.
Well, you'd have to talk to somebody more knowledgeable than I. I don't know anything about that area.
Yeah, I'm getting totally blacklisted. I have no idea who or what is doing it.
Sounds like a conspiracy theory.
I don't think much of a conspiracy. It's more that I just don't know which. Yeah. So I'm putting them all under suspicion. It's kind of useless to talk to any of the places that actually reject me because they won't responses I got from whatever. Actually even give a point of contact for kind of question. It's like the rejection, denial, whatever email comes from like an automated system. Do not reply.
I have no knowledge of these things. It's outside of my experience.
But
Applying for professional positions is not something I have ever done in my life.
it includes professional ones and also includes toilet scrubbing. And actually find shit shoveling on I looked. Apparently, people or whatever. Yeah, or like nursing credentials. So otherwise, they'd be signing to like cleaning up other people's shit. Look for like the most disgusting thing imaginable, so I can hopefully thin out the competition. few years ago. I actually went trying to join the illegal immigrant for the day labor thing. It was an area where that kind of thing happened. I figured, if I can get the job by cutting the pay, then why not? They wouldn't take me. We must just call it gringo. And actually, no, Spanish was even my first language.
Really, huh?
Not fluent anymore, but yeah.
I only just had a little bit of French in high school. That was all.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, it makes sense. You're not that far from Quebec, right? Yeah. Like, I was Little Havana, Florida. I was, I expect full of people fresh off the boat from Cuba.
Yes, I would imagine.
Mother. Yeah. My mother's birthplace, Havana, Cuba. Yeah. Yeah. First language, Spanish, whatever. Maybe Cuban, whatever it is. Silliness going on there. And the illegal immigrant in line, what do you call it? Day labor. For hellhole I was in south of Chicago back in 2010. Yeah, late 2010, early 2011. I guess when I had to really quote unquote beat the street or something like that to what the reactions of general business owners were to me. Otherwise, retail and food service. I basically had to walk in on foot because that was how I was getting around and other means of communicating. Well, it was pretty much just I was like literally like patrolling. It was like the vague grid blocks, the cities, whatever, down streets north and south, and then east to west. 300 different days a week. Where my position was. And basically continue throughout the course of the week, even across the week. I think I continued at the end of the week or whatever.
Uh-huh.
That was like, it was like door to door. So I just walk right past it because it was a knock or something.
Yeah.
But when it got to like restaurants or whatever, and or retail places you could actually walk into or whatever it was, I don't go in. Grid search. Not good. That many times outright. Just a lot of hiring with the now hiring sign on the door, right?
Okay.
Well, I made it more awkward, right? Because I really needed an application put in, and at the time you would still be able to ask for like application. You sit at the place and you fill it out. And just take a spare one back with you, right? You just, oh, we're not hiring. It's like, hey, wait, I need the application to take back to at least say that if I don't bring back at least, of them in a day, I'm in trouble. I get thrown out of the place in the middle of winter. And yeah, it was the middle of winter. I was marching up and down like that. Warm shoes on. But anyway, I mean, eventually it got pretty clear that the attitude was not very friendly. And it was before I started talking, they started. It was not what I was saying. So clothes smelled okay.
Huh?
So the clothes smelled okay, and
Oh, okay.
had gotten a buddy for buddy system kind of bit of safety in the shower, so I myself and did not myself stink. Um, so wasn't how I smelled, wasn't how I sounded. Yet, or and in fact ever. Um, I think they got any tastes of me, so put it down to something to do with the way I looked. Well, they had quote unquote detransitioned me as far as me up and um, so it probably wasn't do with clothing fashion. So I'm guessing it had to do with looks. Like, well, my face and who knows what else. Yeah.
Seems like a lot of inferences to me.
Okay. What isn't an inference? If it's not an inference, and or if you don't go with inferences, and one makes two is ruled out.
1 + 1 = 2 is not an inference. Is your name suddenly
Okay.
Is your name suddenly Dawkins deity?
These are good and valid things.
Did you know that
So,
Dawkins deity is running around with a photoshopped image of himself pasted into a Darth Vader helmet, and he's making bad quotes of Star Wars movies.
I had no idea.
He's attempting humor and not very well, I don't think.
It's kind of odd, but I mean, there's like I guess one of the simpler ones is like the von Neumann construction of the numerals, and there's like a third process show that the result of the addition operation ends up being the same numeral as canonically designates two, or at least is equipolant to it, which is the important part.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's an inference.
Well, I'm pretty sure most people think of addition as a deduction, not an inference.
Deductions are inferences.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, or so I thought. Yeah, I think different, like modes of inference. Was what is it? Certain kinds of them would be deductive. A different kind
Deduct.
would be inductive, and inductive of inference.
That's what people
Not
usually
really.
mean by the word inference. Is it a non-logical but application of reason? You know, reasoning from evidence, not analytic deduction.
Well, yeah, I don't think it's. I would probably not use it that narrowly. Well,
I don't know. I'm not an expert. I just do the best I can.
hmm. Well, like stuff I've seen in logic class, it wouldn't really be too picky about, is there abduction, is there deduction? Who cares? If it's an inference rule, it's an inference rule, and throw it in the mix and your logic. Now, scrollinize and get whatever kind of, I don't know, um, inaccessible cardinal or model related to it or something. Logic stuff doesn't. It's a bit weird about that. I don't know. It's hard to say. Okay, well, the mathematical logic that the logic's based on is uh, in not the authoritative way of looking at it or something. It's like,
I don't know.
so, well, I don't know. Just, like a self-description, self-definition, whatever it is, goes on. It's to be part of a thing itself. Yeah. Now I am hours from. Anyway.
Oh,
In Charlotte, North Carolina.
what's been happening in Charlotte, Carolina, North Carolina? You mean in the national news? You're asking? Yeah,
I guess,
yeah.
yes.
Another black man was gunned down by the police.
Mm, that, unfortunately,
There have been some
common.
rioting Yes, it's unfortunately common. There have been
Oh.
riots, and there's a lot of controversy around it, and people are very upset. I don't know what the woman police officer has been charged. There's been a video released. I have not looked at it because I don't like that kind of video. And I don't delve deeply into those stories and look. I just um, look at what's reported somewhat here and there. I a lot of craziness in our society right now, if you want to call it that. Um, yeah, but that's what's going on in North Carolina, I think. The biggest thing.
Yeah, that sounds.
Yes, people are very upset. And other people are very biased, I think. I don't know what to make of the whole thing.
Oh, nice. I support the
I
struggle for
have
Black liberation.
one show that I listen to for my political news.
Hmm.
Oh, it's huh? Oh, during the week, I said there's just one show that I usually go to for my political news. One, maybe two. It's the Majority Report. It's a podcast. It's also on YouTube. And I read the headlines and stuff. Look at stuff. It's that's the gist of it. I don't know what else to say.
Um, yeah, I think they're. I've heard of them. It's Ian, I think that used to be on there. Right? What was her name?
Oh yes, yeah. She comes on very infrequently, maybe at most once a year. She's um, she's a friend. She's a friend of the main host. It's a condition. Condition. It's a continuation of the Air America show. Used to be, with Al Franken and a number of other people. Sam Cedar does what I think is good analysis of the politics of the day, and he has interesting guests on, typically professors in political science, and he can be very funny. And that's my main political news. I get news from other places. In these days, it doesn't. It seems like there's no one source that you get for everything. I get news for certain topics from here, and for other topics from there, stuff like that. It's my my approach to things. I like to try to figure out what's going on, you know, but you know, try to understand things. That's what I try to do.
Yeah.
I should.
There's a lot of different websites from a lot of different countries to recyclings of AP and AFP, UPI and Reuters and so on.
Well, the India Times is not bad. Have you ever looked at that?
Oh yeah, all the time.
Yeah, that one seemed to be fairly decent, although I don't know. The Guardian, of course.
Yeah, kind of difficult in the U.S. though, because the stranglehold of is pretty much comprehensive. So yeah. A lot of uh, things, unfortunately, are like secondary news and such that some
He joined and he left very
join
quickly.
in. Not sure.
I didn't even know he was there.
We need our resident SJW.
I have
Show you for
no idea who it is. Myself.
I'm just making very sure that profile gets me. Bear with me. There you go. All right, brother Ned. SJW. Yay. Oh. I started it. Okay. I got it.
I have no idea what I'm doing, Nadia. I don't know this stuff.
Fine. It's just when, you know, at the same time,
Yeah.
it ends up.
What is this
We're
preoccupation?
discussing Charlotte.
What's this preoccupation people have with white belts and black belts and stuff? They think they're do they think they're in the martial arts or something? Is that what
Yes,
they think?
they're comparing debating to martial arts. Yes.
Really? Okay. Whatever. I think I'm fading. It's 2 o'clock in the morning, and I think I'd like to go to bed. Maybe see you
Okay.
again.
It was good
Maybe
seeing
see you
you on.
again, Nadia. Okay? You gonna be okay? All right, I'm glad to hear.
Okay. Have a good night.
Good night to you also, and take care. Take care of yourself. All right? That's an order. Okay?
Okay.
You will do as I command you.
I'll try. Where have you been all this time? W representation. I still don't see Brother Ned. Okay. Brother Ned, are you there? Brother Ned is. Hello, Brother Ned. Okay. Well. Okay. I don't know what that is, but. All right. Give me a couple of minutes. I'll be back.
Okay. 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 Hunter, on the other hand, not so much. The power of negative thinking. Okay. Yep. No idea how you come through. Okay. Register mark. Maybe it doesn't register mark. That. Because the thing I would be picking my face right. Go ahead. Could you hear there? Yes, good interest. What about
Hello? Hello, guys? Hey. Hey.
I heard my do with
Hey. Am I lagging or?
Oh, you're here now.
Because you're cutting out for me. Hospitals have the shittiest Wi-Fi, don't they? Seems like it's taking forever for Google to make an extension for Microsoft Edge. So I don't like having two browsers on my desktop. There's a terrible echo in here.
You can't drop her.
Yeah, I'm using my cell phone.
Okay. Was you kind of yes radical analysis of the uh, gender revolution, obviating every single party concern. And yeah. Or other articles. Yeah, oh, yeah. Some articles to Russia. I think as that is Marxist, it's radical stuff. No. I agree. Personally. Am I going to I agree. Oh,
Shit, I woke up Nadia.
yeah. I was trying to convince Eltrus.
Oh, I couldn't hear you. Now I can actually hear sound. Interesting. You're lagging really bad, Nadia. Bomb's just there with. Whoa.
Tried to convince Eltrus to become a feminist.
The watermark is like contradictory because bomb is there, and it says be right back, and bomb is there.
What's that? What's going on?
Now I'm really confused.
Why are you confused?
Nadia echoes like a motherfucker.
Boom. I got you, Nadia. I got you.
Yeah.
Pistachios.
Fucking pistachios.
I love them, but they, like after the 100th pistachio, they're kind of disgusting.
Oh
Yeah.
man. I just found out that Internet Explorer can actually work with Google Hangouts. I thought that the plugin only worked with like Google Chrome. So now I found out that Internet Explorer works with it, but Microsoft Edge doesn't. So that's new to me.
Hey, check out this live stream. They're ghost hunters.
Ghost hunting.
They're basically people going around scaring themselves. But this is like a haunted house they're in.
Supposedly a haunted house.
No, it's like really a touristy haunted house. That's like, and it's notorious for being that.
Well, yeah, that's what it is. It's a cultural phenomena called ghost hunting, or believing in sort of this tales about ghosts and stuff. Yeah, and spirits and fucking souls and shit. So yeah, it's hilarious. I heard that Von Helton was actually in a ghost hunter. He said that he was a ghostbuster without the technology, though. So
What hasn't Von Helton been?
I know. I'm like Ghostbusters. I'm like, what?
Actually, I asked him if he was an astronaut, and he said, "No, I've never been an astronaut because in order to be an astronaut, you have to be part of the." It was either the FBI or the Illuminati, one of the two.
Yeah, of course he'd say that.
Yeah, and he was never part of that, so he can't be an astronaut.
Yeah. He probably thinks that the moon is like a cat out sort of thing with like a light bulb behind it. Hashtag Illuminati.
Right? Yeah.
But he still calls NASA to be a space marine, although he knows it's all a fake.
NASA is a scam.
It's hilarious. NASA is a scam, but he calls NASA to be, to be employed by a scam.
They're in
That's
California
great.
filming everything.
Yeah, man. Of course.
Right.
Green screens and shit. Yeah.
Yeah. Of course.
Of course, man. I'm working security tomorrow. Got myself a security job. I'm working nights, so I'm awake most of the night. So that's why I'm here. That's great.
Oh, what type of place is it where you're working?
I'm what they call a spade, not a spade, sorry. Well, something like a person that they just sent out to random locations. So basically, go to different locations.
Oh, I see.
Yep.
Hopefully, you'll get a cushy place like that where there's nothing going on.
Oh yeah. I had a shift. The shift, like the place I'm going to like be working security tomorrow at, which is a university, and I'm working overnight there. Just like yesterday, there was like bomb threats and shit. So a cushy place turns foul, as they say.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's awesome, man. Best time to be a fucking security guard. Fucking bomb threats and shit.
Hey, but if the bomb guys genuinely do come, run for the fucking hills.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Don't sit there like a dumbass. Just run. Just get the fuck out of there. The paycheck isn't worth it.
Yeah. Just yesterday, I've had like to escort a bomb out of I work at the Maritime Center, which is a mall, and I had to escort this bomb out, and I felt like shit, Like I felt like, like look at me, I have a job, I have money, I have a nice home in a fucking suburban area, and here I am kicking out a bomb out of the lobby. That's great, but it's part of the job, so I had to do it. I tried to be nice. I wasn't like fucking, screaming at him or anything.
You're like a Nazi. I was just doing my job.
Shit. Well, it says to like I can't like part of the policy is that I can't let anyone squalor or squat in the building. So that's what he was doing. He was basically just sitting there doing nothing. I was like checking on him, like trying to make sure. I was like, "What are you up to? What the fuck are you doing?" And then he was like, "Just waiting for money." I'm like, "Okay." Like, just sitting there for like after 30 minutes, I got fed up. I'm like, "Dude, you have to go, man. You can't sit here."
Oh yeah, bombs piss me off. They fucking piss me off. Rarely are they like any good. Rarely are they any good people. They're just usually alcoholics, druggies with mental health issues, and they can't help it.
They
but
can't
of course,
help it. Yeah.
like it's like I'm not your mom. You know what?
Yeah.
Go to fuck somewhere else. I'm sorry you're in this situation, but this is not my responsibility.
Indeed. Yeah.
Into the ovens with you.
I think it's a society's responsibility, but I mean, I'm part of it, so like, I'm not trying. I know the bombs can help themselves, so I mean, I can't just really fucking hit them or anything. He returned like fucking 3 times. It was such a fucking pain, man. Like, seriously, why? Why does he have to make this job fucking, you know? And then I tried to, and then I had to do lockup because it was late, and that was like part of, like, it was like right in my shift, like, you know. So I had to do that to lock up the place, and their doors were fucking messed up. Like, I had to use Allen keys and shit. Didn't know what an Allen key was, and then I was like, an Allen key, that sounds familiar to me, but you know, I used the regular key, and I was like, there's nowhere to stick it, so I was fucking panicking. It's hilarious.
Allen key, damn, that sounds familiar. Oh, I see. That's it. I was just kind of trying to. Oh shit, he's hearing sounds. The guy in the haunted house, he's hearing hisses through his radio, whatever. Oh shit. Shit's popping off. There's a freaking ghost on the radio in a haunted house on a live stream on YouTube telling the guy to get the fuck out of there. And the freaking radio is using like random radio signals to make up the word run. It's fucking crazy. Hold on, let me post it in the live chat. You guys can follow. Live chat. I'm in the live chat. Check it out. Ghosts. I'm coming for you. Oh crap, he's calling out a ghost. Or demon or whatever.